So that is Anil Menon on the bottom left and Jessica Meir on the top of your screen, starting to begin assembly of the left side of today's 3B modification build outside of the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station, and all in support of the future rollout of a rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. The strut bag that you saw images of, 8 feet in length, weighing over 300 pounds on Earth. Though they do not feel that weight in space, they do carry the mass of that bag as they manipulate it around their work site. So now they will begin the assembly of what will be the left lower strut. After completing the right-hand side, verifying that all the bolts to attach the struts to the mounting bracket are safe and secure against the mast canister. And they will just mirror that assembly, but now on the left-hand side, the left lower strut and left mid strut upcoming.
Hey now, here it comes. All right. Hands are out. He's coming up. Almost there. That coming. I almost have it. There we go. I have control.
Okay, you have control. I'm letting go.
I have control.
I'm right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
I think we got to get on this side of this.
Can you repeat?
Yes, just a friendly reminder, right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
Okay. WS Ret is on the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis, near M22.
One's not just staying ready to the bag.
This one, once the red is on the handrail stanchion, you can release the bag to the bag, the red to the bag.
Go to release now?
Go to release.
Okay. Has been released.
Right. I have control.
I see you have control.
Jessica, verify access to the strut bag PGT and torque wrench for the left sob spherical bearing, and then translate to the left side of the IEA.
Copy. It's in a good position right now. Hopefully it stays that way. But I will start translating.
Excellent. Thank you.
Zeroing in on 3 hours and 15 minutes into today's US Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the 6th of Jessica's career. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the station after launching 22 days ago, it is his first of his NASA career. Today's spacewalk is to build out a modification kit to the 3B mast canister and augment the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit, this structure that they are building, is to support an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be installed on a future EVA. Those solar arrays will arrive to station both to support the 3B channel that we've been talking about today, and also the 2A channel that EVA would complete a similar structure over the last couple of EVAs for these astronauts and for the International Space Station. The most recent back on March 18th, US Spacewalk number 94, that Jessica Meir was a part of alongside with NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So far, they have completed the upper triangle and the right side of the strut assembly to attach to that 3B mast canister, which is located all the way to the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So they had covered some ground after exiting the request airlock.
Over here on your left, I'm at the A-frame, so I'm going to get into a position to adjust your APFR.
Copy. Friendly reminder for the roll changes from Charlie to Hotel.
Okay, Charlie to Hotel.
That is Jessica Meir relaying communications to the ground as she has moved around backside of where she previously was, supporting the right side build out of the structure. She since has gone up and around Anil Menon and is now popping up on the left side of the structure to help build out that left lower strut and left mid strut. Meanwhile, Menon at the bottom of your screen, he is locked in to an articulating portable foot restraint to help extend his reach,
which I think might be a song.
Copy, a slow roll for now. Hey, Anil.
Do my theme song.
I've got a...
Currently experiencing a communications handover for the next handful of seconds as we take a live look inside of where we are located inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team here on the ground working in lockstep with the two astronauts outside of the International Space Station, led by Ronak Dave, the flight director for today, and his call sign Momentum Flight, as him and his team overseeing everything on the outskirts of the orbiting laboratory.
Might be in position golf.
Golf, we're going 1 over.
Copy golf. Are you ready to verify the access steps?
See you in...
I'm sorry, 1 sec.
See you in Hotel now.
Hotel. Nice job.
And that is Stephanie Wilson in the middle of your screen that is relaying these communications up to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. Aki Hoshide to the right of Stephanie Wilson, handling all other communications to the remaining 5 members of Expedition 75 inside of the International Space Station. As we have now regained communications as the handover complete between satellites, and a view there of that is Anil Menon on the bottom right-hand side. As I look a little closer there, if you were to flip it upside down, the upper triangle has now become the, quote, lower triangle in this view, with the long lower struts now extending from the base all the way to the basically top of that 3B mass canister. So now, since we are viewing it from essentially upside down from the original construction, what's now left is right, or right is left. For Jessica Meir, again, moving into position after completing that right-hand side build-out of the lower strut and mid-strut, and preparing to receive one end of the left lower strut from Anil Menon, who is currently holding it, while Jessica gets positioned properly.
When I'm at that location, I am going to get a BRT down on this side. It'll make it a lot easier. You're on the appropriate side now.
Copy BRT.
Oh, you doing that? Do you want me to get that PGT?
I can reach it. I can reach it, I think.
BRT handrail.
I can get that to you.
Okay.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Just suggested handrail for the BRT 2082. And when you're ready, the PGT settings for the strut bag PGT Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
And I actually used 2081, and I'm getting the PGT.
Copy 2081.
So I'll give it a cow. Cal, good LED test battery 40. I'll actually take settings before we line up this strut.
Copy your report on the numbers, PGT settings, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
For 1, clockwise 1.
Good readback.
That is set. All right. Now I'm ready to get that strut in position.
Line lower left strut M21 to the Saab spherical bearing. And on Anil side, check pin lanyard is free of the clevis.
And now?
I'm just checking the lanyards. See, I can help you out with...
Okay, the bolt is aligned right there. Can you hold steady there?
Holding steady.
Ready for 4 turns, Stephanie?
Drive M21, 4 turns. You have a go.
And with that, Jessica Meir now on the left-hand side of your screen with the PGT, the pistol grip tool, the space drill, turning the bottom portion of the left lower strut to attach to the 3B mast canister as Anil Menon, more towards the now middle of your screen and right side. He is essentially holding in place the top portion of that left lower strut and holding it in place. You hear the word clevis, that groove in which the two pieces fit into the left lower strut, moving into the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket.
Lower strut L5 to mounting bracket L5.
So while Jessica Meir on the left is attaching the lower portion of this strut, Anil Menon just receiving instruction to now arrange that strut and properly align it into its correct configuration, and now properly aligned to the mounting bracket.
Settings for your PGT, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Just 2 turns here.
That's affirmative. You'll be driving M22, 2 turns. And you can hand start them, your
I'm
preference.
just going to hand turn them.
That's a good plan. For EV1, while EV2 is hand driving M22, get ahead PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Right.
Good
2
readback.
turns, Stephanie.
Copy 2 turns M22. That means we are ready for EV1 to drive M21, 9 turns, driving to torque.
Inward.
So the initial secured bolt turning for Jessica Meir and Anil Menon taking place. Now they're providing additional torque and security to, again, the bottom left and top left portions of the lower strut in today's build out of the 3B mast canister.
Okay, Stephanie, that was 9 turns. I've got a red light, low torque 16.3, so I can hit it again. I do see black line is like pretty much flush, so I think we're very close.
We copy. Thanks for the report. We'd like you to drive M21 again.
That was about a quarter turn. I got a good green light. 21.8, it does say it's a good green light, so I'm assuming it needs one more hit.
Okay. Negative will go to the torque wrench, but M21, 21.8 torque, quarter turn additional to the 9 that you got previously, green light. Go for the torque wrench. Looking for 2 breakovers with a turn count.
Approaching 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EVA 96.
TCV setting of 2.
Right now, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teamwork of Anil Menon of NASA joining her on this spacewalk, currently assembling the left lower strut of today's build-out. A modification kit to the 3B power channel to help augment the 3B power channel and support the hardware of a rolling out solar array, an International Space Station rollout solar array, or IROSA. And there you can see that Jessica Meir is near the bottom of that mass canister and using the torque wrench to secure the lower portion of that strut. Anil Menon up at the top of this image is holding that topmost portion and will continue to secure his side once Jessica Meir has completed her end. But you can see the structure that has been built out quite well actually in this image. There you see the quote upper triangle just to the right side of Anil Menon, again more towards the middle right of your screen, and that is the main portion of the build, the first portion of the build. Everything else is support structures to help attach the mass canister. That is the IROSA mounting bracket, supported by 2 upper struts that have attached to the upper portion of the mass canister. Then you can see towards the bottom middle of your screen, that is the right mid strut to provide additional structural support going from the mounting bracket to the side of the canister, and then of course the right lower strut going from the top right corner all the way down to the bottom left there. So they are just repeating these procedures on the other side, the left-hand side, doing the left lower strut first. Once that is secure, they will move over to the left mid strut.
The MOI is in place.
Copy, thank you. For EV2, PGT settings are the same, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M22 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
The 7 turns, then M22, same PGT setting, they're set.
Jessica, with the completion of your Saab bolt checks, when you are ready, you can translate to the left side pad installation location.
Copy that, Stephanie, and my TCV settings back at 4.
Copy EV1, TCV setting of 4.
And on M22, 7 turns, green light, 11.8 torque, backline flush.
Copy M22, torque 11.8, 7 turns, green light, black line flush. Stow PGT, release the ret from the lower strut.
And with that call out and releasing the RET from the lower strut, the RET is the retractable equipment tether. That is to make sure that the equipment that they are working on, in this case the left lower strut, were not to break away from their workstation. The left lower strut has now been assembled after Jessica Meir did the bottom portion and Anil Menon did the upper portion, and you just saw a great helmet cam view from Anil Menon where you saw the upper triangle build. The right side has been completed, and we go back to that camera. So that's a great view of that upper triangle. That is the IROSA mounting bracket on the near side, covering the bottom portion of your screen, with those two top struts, left and right, attaching it to the top portion of the 3B mast canister. So there you can somewhat see off the left-hand side of Menon's glove, the lower left strut going from the mounting bracket all the way down the canister to the bottom left-hand portion. Jessica Meir, who is floating just off to the top of the left-hand portion of your screen in the red stripes. She has now moved her way to the mid-center pad location. What's going to happen now is that they will prepare to install the left mid-strut. Jessica will be in charge of fixing the portion that will attach the mast canister, and for Anil Menon, he will attach his side to the upper triangle and the IROSA mounting bracket. So again, the NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to proceed along with today's spacewalk procedures, now passing 3 hours and 32 minutes on in, and they continue to cruise along with today's build of 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket. So once this left mid strut is on, that will be strut 6 of 6 before moving on to their next task, which would be helping assemble cables and additional installations in preparation for that installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, on a future spaceflight.
Full length tending the side pad towards the mast canister.
Doing that now.
And now the International Space Station making its way into an orbital nighttime. We've had a handful of those throughout today's spacewalk, as you see Anil Menon starting to properly line up that left mid strut now. It is a telescoping strut that expands out, so you can see him extending that mid strut, in which he will hand off the end of that to Jessica Meir.
Got a hand on the NLI. And I'll get a hand on the handrail. Okay, can you pull it toward you, actually?
Towards me, okay.
All right, we're in soft dock.
Great.
Copy soft dock. PGT settings. Jessica, with your PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
So from this view, Anil Menon, those are his hands. He is holding in place one side of the left mid strut as it is extended out, and Jessica Meir has the other end. The constructions of her pistol grip tool to help
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set.
connect that other end of this left mid strut to the side of the 3B mast canister.
Roger, 2 turns.
2 turns.
And we go inside the point of view of Jessica Meir and her helmet cam, and there is that pistol grip tool. You can see the settings on that tool as she is
Copy 2 turns, M1.
attaching the bolts to the side of the mast canister. And there you can see those settings in action, the clockwise settings, the torque settings, all radioed to Jessica Meir as she continues to work across the 4 bolts required to secure this section of the mid left strut to that 3B mast canister.
turns on M2.
M2, 2 turns.
Turns on M3.
Copy, 2 turns.
Well, actually, I did get 2
M3.
turns. I'm going to hit M3 again. It didn't. M3 did not engage, so I'm going to do 2 more.
Copy.
We're engaged, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns. M3. Drive now M1 to M4 to torque, an additional 4 to 7 turns. For EV2, align mid-strut L8 to upper strut L8.
4 to 7 turns. EV2 has aligned L8 to L8.
PGT settings for your PGT, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M28 to torque, expecting 7 to 8 turns.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2, copy.
M1, I got 4 turns, good green light, and 3.7 torque.
M1 3.7 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M1.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from her helmet camera continuing to secure the 4 bolts to attach one side of the left mid strut.
M4 was also 4 turns, good green light, 3.8 torque.
M4 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M4 bolt.
She initially provided the initial security, so a couple of turns, 2 turns each for bolts M1 through M4. That is the 4 you see on your screen. And now she is going back around to create additional security and threading of those bolts into the side of the 3B mass canister.
M2 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light.
28, 2 turns.
And once this is secure on the perspective of Jessica Meir, we will then transfer over to Anil Menon, who is holding the other side of this left mid strut and holding it up against its appropriate position against the IROSA mounting bracket, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket. And then he will take his turn with the PGT or pistol grip tool, the space drill, to attach the other side of this left mid strut.
Actually, Becky, that was 3.6 for M3.
Copy 3.6. Thanks for the
3.6
update.
torque.
And for EV2, M28, you can drive it to torque.
On the torque on M28.
I see a good pit pin in the center, in the side pad, and I will get the MOI in place.
Copy.
Additional turns on M28, so a total of 9 turns on M28. Black line flush, green light 11.4 or 11.9 on the torque.
M28, 11.9 torque, 9 turns total, green light, black line flush.
For him.
With that, Anil, you can still your PGT. When you both are ready, the EV2 rec can be released from the mid-strut handrail. And Anil, you also have installed the mid-strut.
Anil, you ready for it?
Ready for it.
So with those call-outs, you heard the 4 good bolts from the perspective of Jessica Meir, and then Anil Menon on the other side with his bolt also good. That means that the left mid strut is now attached and constructed as a part of today's spacewalk tasks. 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's task. Now the crew will move into safety checks. They'll go back over their glove inspections, their HAP checks, their helmet absorption pads to absorb any possible risk of water inside the helmets. They'll do gauntlet checks as they have been diligently working through today's spacewalk timeline using that pistol grip tool to secure multiple bolts across 6 different struts and a mounting bracket, all a part of today's modification kit for the 3B mass canister, and attached to that canister, all in support of the future rollout of a solar array, a rollout solar array to help augment the power and provide additional power to the International Space Station. And again, we have had these glove, HAP, and gauntlet checks. Again, HAP, the helmet absorption pad, all throughout today's spacewalk.
When convenient, I'll take a glove, HAP, and gauntlet check from EV1 and EV2.
EV1, dry HAP. I see the same nominal gloves, a little bit more of the black smudging now on my right index finger as well, and some really small ones actually really on all fingertips.
Copy for EV1, nominal gloves a little more smudging, especially on the right index finger and all tips. Dry HAP. Check your gauntlets.
Sorry about that. Gauntlets are down.
Thank you. Appreciate the report.
As they move through those safety procedures, temporary loss of communication and loss of signal with the International Space Station, which we will regain here shortly. It is anticipated with the handover of communication satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We still have audio communication coming down from the crew as the flight team here inside the room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team, working through today's spacewalk procedures. To the left of Ronak is Chris Dobbins, who will support an upcoming spacewalk here in the month of August. Today's is the first of 3 this month. The next one, US Spacewalk 97 on Thursday, August 13th, and then US Spacewalk 98 scheduled for August 25th. So it is a busy month for astronauts inside the orbiting laboratory to journey out into the vacuum of space. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, was to the right of him, followed by Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, who's communicating to the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew. Now we return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station. This is from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is on the very edge of the upper triangle build of today's modification kit construction.
Nominal gloves, dry HAP, gauntlets down for EV2. EV1, perform socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from your trash bag on your PGT.
Work.
Anil, for the MLI, was that also for the MLI over M15 and M16?
M15, M16, A firm.
And we like the action that you're taking now. Thank you.
I have the 6-inch wobble off of the PG good pull test on my rep, and I'm going to go for the other one.
Copy EV1. EV2, we like the MLI, double check mounting bracket upper surface clear, and we're ready for you to egress the APFR.
Bracket upper surface is clear.
Thank you for the report.
Egressing. The 6-inch wobble is in my trash bag.
Copy, Jessica.
So after successful checks of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation protecting the build-out that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon just completed, Anil Menon has been given the clear to exit the articulating portable foot restraint and begin the next tasks on today's spacewalk journey.
Non-axial loads into mid-strut while driving collar bolts. You can adjust your body position to reach the mid-strut collar. And for EV2 and adjusting the APFR, it's a roll to a foxtrot.
It's a foxtrot.
So now the two NASA astronauts will dive into individual tasks. You see Anil Menon on the right-hand side. He is manipulating the portable APFR, articulating portable foot restraint, as he has just departed his position where he was locked in during the construction of today's modification kit. And now for Jessica Meir on the left-hand side, she will address and take a look at the left mid-strut collar as well as the right mid-strut collar eventually. And that will help cover up additional pieces of hardware that were recently built out by the two astronauts.
Goes with you to the cable bag in the middle layer.
Now 3 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk is Meir and Menon continuing to progress well along today's timeline as they and their Expedition 75 crewmates, 272 miles orbiting above Earth and currently passing right through the midsection of Antarctica and Australia in the southern hemisphere. After egressing and beginning today's spacewalk officially at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir would make their way all the way down the starboard side of the International Space Station's truss structure, the backbone and support system of the orbiting laboratory, to the 3B channel and mast canister, where they would take a collection of 6 struts as well as the IROSA mounting bracket, and have since constructed all 6 of those pieces and the mounting bracket, and are now, for Jessica Meir, working on the left mid-strut collar. And for Anil Menon,
with the body position, it's a good position to reach the mid-strut
cleaning up the articulating portable foot restraint, and will now begin one of the next major tasks of today's spacewalk, which is preparing the IROSA cables that need to attach for that future rollout solar array.
Was that Bravo 7 clockwise 2?
Yes, that's affirmed. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, and I've got my BRT down. I will retrieve my PGT. And I believe we said the tab site first this time, which would be top one, M30.
That's affirmative. All good. Your PGT, tab side first, M30 to torque.
I believe I have my detether fixed. I'm headed over to the cable bag.
Copy. Nicely done.
And just a reminder that my tether is on top of your tether.
Copy.
That's okay. Just I recommend translating back the same way you come. So. Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Drive M30 tab side to torque, about 4 to 8 turns. I'm sorry, 4 to 5 turns.
4 to 5 turns. Stephanie, that was actually 6 turns. I got a green light and 25.3.
And the 30, 25.3 torque, 6 turns, green light, verified tab is rigid.
The tab is not rigid.
Copy checking.
You see the moon to the, I'm not sure what way you're facing, but.
To my right, yeah. I see it. Thanks for the heads up. I can see a future moon base there.
See it too.
For Jessica, we'd like you to inspect the clamshell interface for FOD or interference.
Okay, copy. Don't see any FOD or interference. It looks like it's almost all the way to the tab on both sides, but I can still move the tab. I don't know if you can see that in my view or not. But I would say it's, it's definitely not, the two sides are not completely mated. I think I recall when the other ones, they may have been a little bit tighter, but that may have been after I did the torquing with a manual ratchet.
Copy checking. Jessica, we appreciate your words. We'd like you to drive M30 again, same PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy and work.
Closing in on 4 hours into today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to work through their tasks after installing hardware that will modify the International Space Station's 3B power channel, all in preparation for the future installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. After exiting the airlock and beginning their EVA at 7:33 a.m. Central Time this morning, they have moved to the work site, the far side of the starboard end of the International Space Station, where that 3B power channel and mast canister has resided. And from there, they took a collection of 6 struts, 3 on each side of left and right, an upper, a mid, and a lower, and have since constructed that hardware to support the International Space Station rollout solar array. And for now, Jessica Meir, you see she is currently affixing collars to the struts, as Anil Menon has since gone to retrieve now the cabling that will be required to connect those IROSAs to the International Space Station.
Check a good body position and drive M30 again.
I believe I was really well braced. I mean, I felt very secure, and I had 2 hands on the PCT, so I will repeat that.
Copy all.
That was the same thing, barely moved. I got a good green light that time, 25.6 torque, and now the cab is almost rigid. It has a tiny little bit of play in it, but it's not moving freely like it was previously.
Copy 25.6 torque, almost rigid, checking.
I have a heck of a view right now. I can move it for you and show you, but I'm not sure if you have a view.
Thanks for the report and your work on M30. We are ready to move to M29, drive M29 to torque, 4 to 5 turns.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down or tighten down the collars on the left mid strut.
I did get a low torque that time. It's actually reading only 5.2. Red light. So I can try hitting that again, try to brace a little bit better.
Yes, we'd like you to drive M29 to torque. Anil, nice work with the cables.
And a nice update there for Anil Menon as we continue to monitor Jessica Meir's tightening of that left mid-strut collar. She will then move over to do the right mid-strut collar, part of the assembly that they did earlier on in today's spacewalk. And you heard the update on Anil Menon. He has since gone off and grabbed the cabling required to set up the portion of today's spacewalk that'll help the future spacewalkers connect the International Space Station rollout solar array to the space station's power systems and provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The tab side to final torque.
Copy, and just wanted to give you one note before I do that. Maybe it's expected at this phase, but I do remember, like last time we did this, there was an uneven gap. Right now, it looks like there is still a gap that it's fairly even. It does look like it's a little bit more open on the M29 side. Very slightly. Definitely not the same difference as the previous one I installed.
Copy the report and appreciate the words. We are still ready to manual ratchet clockwise M30 to final torque.
Copy, I'm in manual ratchet. I'll put that in work.
I have a confirmation question when able.
We are ready.
Okay, I have the cables and I'm ready to them from my MWS. I do not need to bring the ret from the cable bag along with the AET that's holding the cables, right? I can leave the ret that's holding the AET and I can leave it with the cable bag.
That's a good assessment. We concur. Ret stays in the bag.
We use that ret for the.
I've got 2 pops on M30.
And with this communication, we have officially surpassed the 4-hour mark of today's spacewalk, now going in on 4 hours and 2 minutes. As Jessica Meir continuing to torque down that left mid-strut collar. And now we see the right-hand side, the view from Anil Menon's helmet cam, as he has gone off to retrieve cabling that will be used and routed by these 2 astronauts to help support the connection of the International Space Station rollout solar array during a future spacewalk.
I'm headed your way, Jessica.
All right, copy.
So to recap, these 2 have built out the entire structure and are now securing it. Jessica Meir has 1 more mid-strut collar to go. That'll be the right mid-strut collar. And then the 2 of them will get together again to start routing that cabling. A collection of 6 struts to attach a mounting bracket to the 3B mast canister have been completed. 3 on the right side, 3 on the left by Meir and Menon. And then for the IROSAs themselves, they will fly up to the International Space Station on a future cargo flight later this year, NASA's SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. And it'll be a pair of IROSAs that'll help support not only just this 3B mod kit, but also the 2A power channel as well.
For M30, we'd like manual ratchet again clockwise, looking for 2 pops.
Torque. Pop. Didn't turn any further, it pops right away.
Copy, no pops, no turns, but pops. Jessica, check the tab again for M30, but regardless, we will move on to M29.
420 tab is still moving.
Copy, ready to manually drive M29 to final torque, manually drive with 2 pops.
The M29.
Anil, for the cables, the IROSA cables, there is an adjustable on the scoop, and the adjustable on the cables can go to the adjustable on the scoop.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down that left mid-strut collar. But if you look just over her left-hand side, you can see the orbital sunrise starting to make its way around and up and over the horizon as the International Space Station soon to be coming out of its nighttime pass. And for the space station, currently flying over the island of Tonga across the Pacific Ocean, and will soon be making its way toward the western coast of California.
on the adjustable.
Copy. Nice work.
The space between each side looks fairly uniform, and I'm looking in. I've got a good view to see like the threads of the M29, so basically in that, I would say, less than a centimeter space. And I can see some yellow substance. I believe that's just the locking glue, but I can see that on one side of the thread.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We think we're in a good config. We'd like photographs just so we can verify.
Jessica, I'm taking photos right now.
Okay, I can get some close-up ones. Not sure with this one how in focus they'll be, but I see a cable over my head as well.
Sorry.
We appreciate photos from both EV1 and EV2.
I'm going to get my PGT stowed first. I'm pretty sure we think we're done with it.
Are we intending to drive this again?
Checking. Set PGT to manual ratchet and stow. Sorry, set to MTR and stow.
Let me get the motor.
I took a bunch of photos from this angle.
Okay, I'll get a few from over here. Not sure if I'll be able to get any of M30, but I'll do my best.
Appreciate the effort.
And we're looking for photos from different angles.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon as we approach 4 hours and 10 minutes into today's US Spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96. As Anil just moments ago taking some photos of the construction of the strut package that is now a part and put together for today's 3B modification kit. And that is all in support of helping provide additional power to support critical station operations with the eventual rollout on this modification kit of a rollout solar array.
We see it. Checking.
So now, as Anil Menon looks at the mounting bracket, that's the view we see, the mounting bracket and upper triangle. You see the right upper strut and the left upper strut, aptly labeled as we see on our screen. Also mid struts for either side and lower struts from either side to help secure that mounting bracket safely to the side of that 3B mast canister.
Anil, good eyes. Yes, if you can adjust that side that you're pointing out, that would be great to match the other side.
And there you can see towards the left-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes on her spacesuit taking photos of her work. That was done for the left mid-strut collar, again helping secure all of these struts to the side of the 3B mast canister. And then she will eventually make her way around back to the right-hand side, where she will tighten down the right mid-strut collar. While Jessica was doing the left side, Anil Menon went off and grabbed the cabling that will be required to support the connections of the future rollout solar array to the International Space Station's power supply systems.
So Stephanie, another thing to check, I noticed that The pins for the IROSA, one of them's in the engaged, two of them are like fully deployed. You can set them to engaged if needed.
Anil, thank you for the report. We will take that forward to the IROSA team. Jessica, thank you for the photos. We're ready for you to install the collar pit pin in the final location.
The collar pit pin in work. Collar pit pins installed.
Copy. Work now on the right mid-strut collar. Translate to the right mid-strut.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston, and we are currently 4 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. As you just saw, Anil and Jessica took some photos of the assembly of today's 3B mod kit. Jessica just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now working to do the same on the right mid-strut. Anil is about to begin cleaning up the work site. Dual view here of the helmet cameras. On your left is camera on Jessica Meir's helmet, and to the right is Anil's camera. Work on today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays, or IROSA.
Outboard of the last canister, and I just think we saw these last time. I think the suspicion was that they were the mounting glue. They're very small.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We copy.
The IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon are preparing for will arrive to the International Space Station later this year aboard NASA's SpaceX 25th Commercial Resupply Services mission. The International Space Station is currently flying 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, heading towards California.
And where are you, just for my tether awareness?
I am over your left shoulder high. Your head's pointing at me. And if you happen to see my tether, you could tell me if I got it. I think it's going off to my right.
Please stand by.
But just when you get a chance.
It is between your legs again, going straight back.
I'm pretty good at that.
You are. Over two.
The view you're seeing on your screen is from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's HECA, or High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit camera assembly on her helmet. As mentioned, she just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now is making her way over to the other side, as you see her here versing over that way to do the same on the right mid strut.
And I see your tether. I'm crossing back over it.
I take a peek at the cable bag as you go by and see if it's fit together.
Your tether is parallel on a handrail over here on this side. I'm assuming that's not intentional?
Not intentional.
Okay, I will free that so that it'll go back to your side.
Question for Anil. We are evaluating how you might be able to get ahead. The IROSA mod kit is not yet ready for loads, and we'd like to evaluate how you feel you could reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
You can absolutely reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
And you feel you could do that without putting loads into it as you're doing some of the cable routing?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the info. Stand by.
Now your tether is still between your legs, of course, but it's running straight behind you to your green hook like it was previously.
That should be an easy save. I'll just do a little roll when I get out. Maybe Stephanie can remind me if she sees me getting out.
Anil, with your report, we are ready for you to start the left side cable routing. Friendly reminder, as you egress and as you've discussed, your safety tether is behind you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And my mistake, we believe you can do this while you are in the APFR.
I'm just taking 1 foot out.
And that works fine.
And just to be super sure, the red stripes go to the right, so I'm grabbing the left one. I'm taking off the first wire tie, and that one is going to go to the upper handrail on the left lower strut.
Yes, that's a good summary. You'll release 1 twist on the long wire tie labeled left on the cables to release each coil, and then at the alignment mark on the cable, secure in the pre-positioned wire tie on the left strut handrail with 3 twists.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as we have now reached 4 minutes and 20 seconds, or 4 hours and 20 minutes into today's US 96 spacewalk. And he is receiving instruction on the cabling that will be used to help connect the International Space Station to a futurely installed International Space Station rollout solar array. Meanwhile, you see Jessica Meir on the far right-hand side of your screen, marked by those red stripes around the pant collars, around the knee. She has moved from the left side of the 3B mass canister around to the right-hand side, and there she will further secure the right mid-strut collar to provide further stability to the structure that has been constructed by these 2 astronauts today. All of this a part of the 3B modification kit to the 3B mass canister located to the starboard side of the International Space Station. They constructed 6 struts and a mounting bracket, and that mounting bracket you can see in prime view of Anil Menon's helmet cameras, as we see right here. That is where the future International Space Station rollout solar array will reside. The cabling that he is currently looking to attach and begin routing to will connect that solar array to the station's power systems, and it will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including its safe and controlled deorbit. So a key structural component for the IROSA, built out today by Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
And this tab is rigid.
Copy M26, 25.5 torque, 4 turns, green light, rigid tab. Drive M25 to torque, expecting 4 to 5 turns.
And that communication between Jessica Meir and Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, as she is driving, you can see her pistol grip tool, the space drill, at the far top right-hand side of your screen. That is what she is using to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
5 turns. I got a green light and a torque of 25.5 again. And with that one, it did loosen the tab. So the tab was rigid, it's no longer rigid.
Copy M25 was 25.5 turns, 25.5 torque, 5 turns, green light. Did loosen the tab a bit. Thank you for the report. We're ready for manual ratchet for M26, driving it to final torque. Expecting 2 pops.
Torque, manual ratchet starting with M26.
So with the drill setting now switched to a ratchet setting of the pistol grip tool, additional maneuvers for Jessica Meir to again continue to tighten down that right mid-strut collar, and there you can kind of see a zoomed out version of that full build that her and Anil Menon would complete today. In front of Anil on the left-hand side, you see the mounting bracket for the IROSA, the upper triangle that it is attached to with the 2 upper struts, and then just off the right-hand corner, if you will, bottom right corner of that upper triangle is the right lower strut, and where Jessica is currently tightening down that mid-collar is the mid-strut, and that is what they built on the right side and left side for today. And you can see in the hands of astronaut Anil Menon the cabling that will be routed here shortly, as the two have been working in tandem today for the modification kit of the 3B mass canister for the eventual installation of an rollout solar array.
Stephanie, I got about a half a turn and 2 pops.
Copy half turn, 2 pops on M26. Verified tab is rigid.
And from the helmet camera view of Jessica Meir with that pistol grip tool, you see the expansiveness of the solar array for the International Space Station up against the horizon of the Earth, as again she continues to work on that right mid-strut collar, and it's tightening down of the 3B mast canister.
That's a black mark.
That's what I thought. Okay, just double checking.
Just remember, you got to do the MLI first too, so if you do the mid one, we don't have to do that MLI.
Copy that.
Incredible view down the solar array right now.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir relaying exactly what we were just looking at as well. The look down the space station's solar arrays facing Earth
For the black line.
as she continues to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
Okay, and Stephanie, I'm on M20. I just did M25. Do you want me to go back to M26 and do the manual ratchet again? Or do it again on M25?
We would like the tab side again.
Okay, in work.
4 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continuing to tighten down that right mid-strut collar. And then you heard communication about MLI. That is a multi-layer insulation, that protective covering that will protect the hardware that the two NASA astronauts have just put together. That provides protection to areas of the station that are exposed to space, both thermal and micrometeoroid.
Now you can drive M25 to final torque, expecting 2 pots.
Okay, we did do that once already, but you want 2 more?
Checking.
You're good to move on. Too good to tolerable.
Flight EVA, we got
30 seconds to a handover. Jessica, we're in a good config. You can stow your PGT, set it to motor, and install the collar pin in the final location.
And with that communication, that right strut mid collar has been successfully tightened down, and instructions that NASA astronaut Jessica Meir can now put to the side her pistol grip tool as we have an expected loss of signal with the International Space Station, but should be acquiring it here in the next couple of seconds. We bring you back inside Mission Control Center here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, talking with his team with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the Spacewalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom for today's events. For Stephanie Wilson, that's the voice you have been hearing talking directly to NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And for Aki Hoshide, he has been talking to the other remaining 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew. So to recap, that Meir and Menon have constructed all 6 struts and the mounting bracket on the 3B mast canister as part of the modification kit for the International Space Station, and will now begin routing IROSA cabling to help start the beginning of a setup for that future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Pin is installed on the mid-collar.
Copy, pip pin installed. We have you now working on the right and left side MLI on the mid-strut.
Okay, so EV2 is go to start on the left side MLI.
And that's a
EV1 can work.
And there you can see as we've regained communication and video from the outside of the International Space Station, that Jessica Meir on the left with the red stripes on the back of her portable life support system is working that multi-layer insulation. It was pulled back so she had access to that collar that she had been tightening up. Now she is since going to unfurl it and cover back up that hardware to again protect it from thermal and micrometeoroids. And then she will eventually make her way back over to the left-hand side and unfurl those MLIs, or multi-layer insulation coverings, to protect that portion of today's construction. We have just crossed over the 4-hour and 30-minute mark of US Spacewalk 96, and everything going to plan. In fact, they just made an update that they are a little ahead of schedule now as we continue to check off today's procedure and task list. Anil Menon just off to the right-hand side. You see his feet. He is holding on to the IROSA cabling as Jessica Meir continues to
I'm still translating.
use the multi-layer insulation to wrap up
On the
that
MLI,
right mid strut.
we will do
And then again, we'll
the short
move
side
back over
first,
to the
correct?
left-hand side. She's been covering some ground from right to left and back again, and cover up that left mid strut as well.
That's affirmative, yes, and fold it over around the collar. And while I have you PET 4 hours, 30 minutes, 5 minutes ahead on the timeline, limiting consumable, EV2 MEDOX 7 hours, 19 minutes.
All right, Jessica, I'm done translating.
Okay, I'm still in place. I'm wrapping this, getting some first wraps on this MLI.
EV1 and EV2, as you work the MLI, you have our concurrence to use the long wire ties as needed.
Definitely just shy of the bolt, but I think I'm going to be able to get it over. I got it over on this side.
Translating. Translating.
Copy.
Point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet camera as she continues to wrap up that mid strut with MLI, or multi-layer insulation, to protect it from the thermal extremes of space as well as any micrometeoroid. And again, she will be working from she is currently working on the right mid strut. And then we'll also be able to wrap up that left mid strut as well. And then both her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon will move into the International Space Station rollout solar array cable routing. And that is what we have seen images of Anil Menon holding in his hands, that cable bundle. So as soon as Jessica completes this task, that'll be up next for today's spacewalk, as we are now 4 hours and 35 minutes into US Spacewalk 96. And currently Menon, alongside with Meir and their additional 5 crewmates of Expedition 75, are orbiting over the northern portions of Quebec, Canada, at 262 miles above Earth.
Hallelujah. Just made it.
And again, another great view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, and she mentioned it earlier, just moments ago, about having a great view looking down the solar arrays towards Earth as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing to work the multi-layer insulation wrap around the mid-struts. Meir is currently working on the right side mid-strut, and Menon, just across her field of view, is working on the left-hand side, together in tandem, to cover up that mid-strut and protect it before eventually moving into the rollout solar array cable routing that will be needed once those solar arrays arrive on station. Those will arrive as a part of NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission later this year. It'll be a two-pack of sorts of the solar arrays. That'll be the 7th and 8th collection. The 7th one will be a part of the 2A power channel, and that EVA most recently was completed back on March 18th, 2026. That was US Spacewalk 94 EVA, extravehicular activity. That was done by Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, completing the work of Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean, who started that modification build for that 2A channel back in May of 2025. But today, these two going the distance from start to finish of the full build out of the structure, 6 total struts and the mounting bracket. They are covering up the collars and insulation for extra security, and we'll prepare again for those IROSA cable routings here momentarily.
About now.
They still fold outwards. They're not rolling around. I almost feel like I could just cruise over there and collapse them after this, or if you can roll around the corner, you can see it a little bit better. It's kind of.
I'm not sure if this part was supposed to be under. There we go. Getting closer. Okay, are you stationary right now? I'm going to release my DRT so I can move around a little and try to see those.
I am stationary.
I'm translating.
You're translating.
For EV1 and EV2, we are turning your HECAs off from the ground to manage temperatures. We will turn them back on when needed for the HECA scans upcoming.
EV1. All right, what do you think now, Anil?
I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Stephanie, my MRI is complete. I've squished it down in all the areas. I can't see any metal showing, and Anil evaluated from his side that there are no gaps.
And we copy. Right side MLI complete. Nice work. We'll have Anil to continue the left side, and then we'll do the HECA scans.
translate. Is that okay?
Go ahead, I'll remain still.
Okay.
Communications with Stephanie Wilson, spacewalk communicator, up to the crew of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon during today's spacewalk that they have turned off their helmet cameras to monitor temperatures. Meanwhile, Jessica replied down that she has completed her MLI multi-layer insulation security around the right mid strut of today's 3B modification kit against the 3B canister that is going to support the structure that will ultimately hold the 3B IROSA on the mounting bracket. And for Anil Menon, he has since translated. He has gone a little out of view, most likely down to the bottom right-hand side. You can see some commotion, but he is wrapping up the insulation, the multi-layer insulation of the left side strut.
Give me one rotation, and then it's all you.
Okay.
It'll take 5 seconds.
All right, no worries. I just see one more strap to tighten on the further end away from me. I'll do that. I can also do that later.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
And Jessica, you might be working on this, but before we lost the HECA view, we saw some blousing on the MLI around the collar bolts. So if you're able to, we'd like you to squish that down.
Exactly what I'm working on right now.
Excellent.
Approaching 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's US Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to wrap up the multi-layer insulation of the right and left mid-struts. Meir has recently completed the right-hand side, and Menon is also operating and securing the left-hand side. We've temporarily lost communications and video from the International Space Station, but that is to be expected with the communications handover between satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Momentum Flight Team, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, overseeing today's EVA activities. He is being joined on the Flight Director console by Chris Dobbins, who will be up next for the next spacewalk for NASA, and that'll be US Spacewalk 97 for Thursday, August 13th, and that is where Dobbins will oversee 2 astronauts replacing a communication antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground Antenna, or you'll hear the term SGANT, Space to Ground Antenna, a little smushing of the two. And that is a critical communication system of the space station used by NASA to transmit data, and the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control Center in Houston and the orbiting laboratory.
The one in your hand right now is the one going towards me. Okay. And then there's one that is...
This one right here? Oh.
That's not the tab. It's very close to your index finger on your right hand. So there you go. You got it.
Okay.
Just pull that one down.
This way?
Yes, that way.
Okay.
Now, the other one, unfortunately, is kind of underneath there, so you might have to get it out first.
Like fish it out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I...
But if you squish, with the one that you have right now, if you squish, you might be able to close that gap. That tie that I can see is right there by your... That's it. You see it?
Yeah. Which way does it go?
I think it goes toward you. But that part on top still needs to squish together.
Okay.
So if you can get it, yeah, right there lower, that will work.
Okay. Like that?
Yep. Doing that, you expose a little bit just distal. You see there's another strap that's on my side.
Okay.
Pull that down.
This one?
Yeah, and I think before you do that,
yeah.
See those flaps? I think they were the same ones I had. They're sticking up on the other side.
Uh-huh.
I think those are supposed to go, no, other direction.
Oh.
Yeah, on the other side, not towards the mounting bracket, towards the mass canister.
Okay.
There's two flaps, and I think they're supposed to go underneath that piece with the tie.
This piece with the tie?
That's the piece with the tie.
Okay.
And just towards the mass canister from there, if you can fold those.
These two?
Yes.
Okay, and they go under here.
I think so, and the other one too. If you get the other one, it'll close that gap. It's right underneath your right hand.
I see it.
That's it.
Great directions. Okay.
There you go. Now if you wrap that around, I think you'll be closed. That's a good squish there. Now if you can get that tie that's going across the top toward you.
This one?
Yep, pull that towards you, the other direction, across the top toward your mini workstation.
Okay, like that?
Yep. If you can just do a squish with the corner that's all the way on my side, so the edge, so basically the very edges at the end, if you can squish those in, then I think you're good.
Right here?
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. How's that look?
It looks pretty good.
All right.
Yeah. I can see a tiny little gap between those two folds. If you can do one more squish, I think you'll get it with your other hand.
Okay, moving the other hand in place.
Bring your other hand on the top part there and squish it down.
Like that?
Yeah.
This is like blind MLI.
I know.
I think the NDL training should be with just the blindfold.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that looking?
It looks pretty good, but you're spinning around, so watch your back.
Okay.
So spin back towards the mouse canister with your legs, because your breast is right next to that, the part that sticks out above those connectors.
I'm going to rotate this way. Is that okay?
This way?
Feet towards inboard.
A-firm.
Like this.
A-firm.
Okay. Tracking my tether either. Do you see it?
Tether is under move your left foot back. And now it's between your legs. You lift your right foot up and put it behind. There you go. You got it.
Okay. All right. I think we're good.
I think we're good too. Stephanie, I think we're ready for the HECA scan.
We're going to do the cables first.
And actually, nice work, both of you, on the MLI. From here, we would like each of you to work to route the cables on each of your sides, and then we'll come back and get the full HECA scans.
Copy. So it looks like you did this first one, Anil?
Yeah. There's a chance that the next tie, you might have to take out two ties. I study it super hard, but it almost looked like the next tie you need is buried.
I see that. Shouldn't be. I think it's just the way the wire tie is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. Good.
On EP1 app on 8.
So this is not in the right config. Let's see.
Dual camera views from NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Meir on the left-hand side, just outside of the right, mid, and lower strut, working alongside in tandem with Menon on the right-hand side of your screen, and he is working on the left side of the 3B modification kit that has since been constructed by the two NASA astronauts. They have the cabling that they are currently routing through, and this cabling will support the connection of a future IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that will help provide additional power to support critical station operations. We are 4 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EVA 96, the sixth of the career of Jessica Meir. And again, her view on the left-hand side, and the first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anil Menon. And you can see his point of view on the right.
I'm translating it now.
Okay, I'll stay still. Tell me when I'm go to move.
I'm going to be in position here working on this wire tie so you can translate as needed.
Okay, I'm translating.
Let me know when I can translate.
Almost there. Go ahead and translate.
To confirm, because I don't remember the other cables looking exactly like this last time. So I have one last loop here, and it reaches to the large handrail, and right in front of that handrail are the two sets of connectors, both mated. So there's two sets of connectors with the wing tab, both mated together, correct?
Yeah, but I prefer the ground.
Copy, Jessica. That's a good config.
Okay, copy. I'm going to grab another wire tie, and I'll get it on the long handrail. I think this one will work with a short wire tie. I'm going to use a short one if that's okay, Stephanie.
Short is good. Either short or long will work.
Approaching 4 hours and 55 minutes into today's spacewalk, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to route IROSA cabling in and around the 3B canister, around mass canister, that will support the power connections for a future installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. Jessica Meir can be seen on the left-hand side with those red stripes around her knee as EV1 and current commander of the International Space Station, currently operating in her 6th spacewalk of her NASA career. As for Anil Menon on the right-hand side, it is his very first spacewalk after just arriving on not all that long ago, a little more than 20 days ago, after launching back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as a part of his Soyuz MS-29 team. As for Jessica Meir, she would arrive to station after launching on February 13th as a part of NASA's SpaceX's Crew 12 mission. And as mentioned, the current International Space Station commander, this is her third spacewalk of her current mission, and again, sixth of her overall career.
Okay, that wire tie is in place on the long handrail.
Copy, right side. Cable installed on the long handrail.
Would you like to do the HECO scan, Stephanie?
Checking. Jessica, Hector's on for the scan. As much as possible, verify for the right and the left MLI that everything is closed, snug to the struts, no visible metal through the MLI, and that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Okay, I'm starting on the mast canister side. Hopefully you have a good view. I'm looking directly at the cable, moving around a little bit. I can see it on the long handrail. See good MLI on the side pad. See good MLI all the way up. I don't see any gaps or any metal.
That's NASA astronaut Jessica Meir providing an update on her current status of the IROSA cable routing, as well as the multi-layer insulation that is currently securing around the right mid-strut of today's build-out of the 3B mast canister modification kit.
See that the mounting bracket is clear. Coming back again with the long handrail to give you a view all the way down it. And I can see no side. I see it all covered up. The tiny little gap on the mounting, kind of between the mounting bracket and the mast canister at the distal end, opposite of the bolt side, but I don't see any metal.
Copy all. Checking.
We have now hit the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96, with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. That is Meir on your left from our vantage point, upside down, with Menon also to her right.
Jessica, thanks for the scan.
As the two continue to work through the IROSA cable routing on the 3B mast canister. Together, over these past 5 hours, these two have built an entire modification structure to add onto that 3B modification canister.
Get eyes on the last bit that you mentioned that has some blousing, and we'll try to cinch that down. Meanwhile, I can take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
A good plan. My hat is dry. Gloves. Still nominal. Gauntlets are down.
Nominal gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down. 1 minute to a handover.
As we follow along with today's spacewalk, there you can see off into the distance NASA SpaceX's Crew 12 Dragon spacecraft that is just off to the side. As again, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon working on the very edge of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and a great view looking upward into space along the solar array panels as the two astronauts have constructed a modification kit that includes 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket to support the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
On the
And we welcome you back inside the Space Station flight control room here in Mission Control Houston, as we are experiencing a handover in communication satellites, and we'll bring you back those views from the International Space Station and the cameras on the exterior or the orbiting lab, as well as the helmet cams from each astronaut. Flight Director Ronak Dave overseeing today's Momentum flight team, alongside with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the spacewalk communicator. And Aki Hoshide, today's Capcom, communicating with the other 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew, including NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
With 3 twists.
frames.
While we wait for KU for Anil's HECA scan, Jessica, we would like you to cinch down the 2 adjustables that are on the mounting bracket side that are on the scoop holding the cable. We'd like you to take out the slack.
Copy.
Translating, I'll hold.
Copy.
And this will help keep the cables from hitting the keel pin and staying outside of the rotation envelope. Anil, we're ready for your HECA scan. Similar report as Jessica. Verify in the view and per your words, MLI closed, snug into the struts, no metal visible through the MLI, mounting bracket, upper surface clear from your side.
Firm on all. MLI is snug. I don't see any metal visible. Would you like me to translate down and the HECA across?
Both of those adjustables are fully tightened.
Copy, 2 adjustables tightened. And yes, if you could translate down as well.
I'll stop moving.
Are you doing a slow translate?
Go to translate.
Translating.
No, that gap is closed now that I saw.
Good. I'll take a look at your side just to be sure.
One thing you can do actually, see that the part that's just for the mounting bracket from the bolt, if you could push it up the other side, opposite side, the bolt side.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, I see this.
Yes.
It needs to tuck or something, doesn't it?
That's closing it right now. Move your hand for a second. Completely closed right now. I would leave it like that.
Okay. Okay.
Mine look closed from your side as well?
Does. Yeah.
Great.
Using copies of the report and the scans for the HECA for the MLI on both sides, we are doing a quick double check, and then we will send Jessica off to start working on the strut bag.
To translate the other direction.
I'm off of the strut. Oh, I see. You're just planning ahead. I see.
Yeah, all right. Well, I wanted to see if I could translate on the strut now, and I can, because you're off it.
We are happy with the config. As a final step, we'll have EV2 double check the MLI near the center pad, and we'll have EV1 start towards the bag cleanup.
See it works.
Gonna go double check. Like when I translated over it, I could have unbunched some of it.
Coming up on 5 minutes and 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's US EVA 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon receiving instructions for their next tasks. As Anil Menon, labeled EV2, will continue to inspect some of the MLI, the multi-layer installation surrounding the struts, and namely the center pad of the 3B modification kit that has been installed by the two astronauts here today. And then for EV1, which is Jessica Meir, she has been assigned to begin the strut bag and cable bag cleanup, as the two have had quite the eventful day today, taking a modification kit that consisted of 6 struts and a center mounting bracket, building together an upper triangle and then attaching that triangle to the 3B mass canister, and then helping with additional security to a mid strut and lower strut, both on the right and left sides. They would also secure a collar on either side of the mid strut, left and right, and together the two of them would also make sure the MLI, again, multi-layer insulation, would properly wrap all of that hardware that has just recently been added on to that 3B mass canister.
For EV2 MLI check, we'd like you to double check the center pad attached to the mass canister area.
As Anil Menon is checking that MLI on that center pad, as we see from his helmet camera, we also see the cabling that both he and Jessica Meir would route through this modification kit in preparation for the arrival and eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll provide additional power to support critical space station operations.
over here at the strap bag. So, Stephanie, do I ever go to try to start packing it?
Checking.
We'll take the HECA inventory and then we go to pack.
And yes, Jessica will take the HECA scan as the inventory, and then you can begin folding.
In work. I need to read it to you. It might be easier than the scan given my body orientation right now.
Checking. We would like to see the APFR tools. So HECA would be great if you can give it to us.
Okay. I can see the APFR collar wrench. There's only one that we had in here. The other APFR tool was in the cable bag. There it is, right in front of my HECA right now. The APFR wrench, not the collar wrench, sorry. The collar wrench is in the cable bag, and the wrench is right here on a with an adjustable. Other than that, I see two small reps on hook 11. I see a large small connected to a small on hook hotel. And I see two large smalls on hook golf. And I see two large smalls on foxtrot.
Jessica, thank you for the report. That is a good inventory. You can start closing up the bag.
And are you able to see from the HECA there, the mask canister?
And then we'll take a verbal.
It is well covered. You can take some photos too.
Anil, thanks for the report. No photos needed. That's a verbal report. That's good. We are ready for you to translate to your green hook to retrieve it from handrail 2026 and then
Go on the green.
en route to the cable bag.
All right, moving to the green hook.
Yes, and sorry, it's a handrail 2029. When convenient, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Look good, nominal. Map is dry. Now let's slow down. Hey,
Copy
Jessica,
now.
how do you want me to navigate this? I should actually go this way, right?
Yeah, you should go toward the way that your green hook is, the other side. Unless you're coming to this side to help, but I think I'm going to be able to do it per the plan.
Okay.
Five hours and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And you just heard communications between those two and the ground here at Mission Control Houston. And NASA's Johnson Space Center is the two working together to start the cleanup process, if you will, of their work site as they have built out a modification kit to the 3B mast canister. A collection of 6 struts, a lower, mid, and upper strut for both the left and right sides, all to support what is going to be an IROSA mounting bracket that will hold an International Space Station rollout solar array. And now that solar array will be installed on a future EVA and will be flown up to the International Space Station along with another pair of solar arrays, another set of solar arrays for the 2A power channel. So today completes the modification kit necessities for the International Space Station. And the only ones needing that modification with a solar array will be the 2A power channel, which was completed back on March 18th by Jessica Meir alongside NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And then with Meir, you see on your screen right there with the red stripes around her spacesuit, she and now Anil Menon working together to work out this modification kit.
It looks nominal. It is just going to your right side. It's in front of you.
Great.
Super 1 Alpha, obvious, just on the way back. Correct. We didn't really do it.
As you can see on your screen, both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir working through the cleanup process as they are working to stow the strut bag that carried out the 6 struts and IROSA mounting bracket to today's work site. They brought them out with them when they departed the Quest airlock and officially began their spacewalk today at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And now 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, that cleanup process has begun. That strut bag, which carried struts 8 feet long and a full mass of 330 pounds out to the work site, is going to feel a little bit later as they clean up, as those 6 struts and mounting brackets have been installed. The multi-layer insulation wrapping up the hardware to protect it from the harsh conditions of space, and then securing all bolts and tethers as necessary in the process. And the two now, again, continuing that cleanup with the strut bag, and they will add it to the cable bag that was also brought out for today's hardware.
On my mini workstation, so I'm going to release the left side so that I can fold that in.
Houston copies.
Green hooks up.
Copy. EV2, green hookup.
The bag is somewhat folded, definitely not as beautiful as it was inside, but I'm going to translate over towards the cable bag and see if we can stuff it in like this.
Okay, and I can assist.
Yeah, I think given the timing, that would be perfect. Ground agrees.
We concur with the plan.
Okay, no. Side down. Just be real directive, and I'll try to keep the bag where you need it.
Okay, I think actually, can you pass me the ret?
There's a ret.
There's a ret right here. It looks like I can take this one.
Okay.
And before placing the strap bag into the cable bag, we'd like to verify in the cable bag PGT torque wrench, wire tie caddy.
Can verify PGT torque wrench. I got eyes on the wire tie caddy.
Excellent, thank you. Proceed.
All right, and now here's what I think we should do. I have the strap bag is now ready to the cable bag.
Okay.
So I think if you can reach over with your left hand, and stand by 1 second, I'm going to get the hook off me. Okay. Reach over with your left hand, grab it, that edge, right down here. Yep, pull that over to you. That's the bottom.
Okay.
Stand by. Can you try to smush it down?
Okay.
I have a hand on this side. I think we're in there if we can get the lid over.
This side is popping out a little bit. I think I can fix that. Give me a few seconds.
Oh, okay, now my side's out.
Okay.
Can you see, I'll hold this edge. Can you see this stuff up here? Can you tuck that down?
Down. Try.
I got this side. Can we get the lid over? Keep a hand on it.
I'm going to double pinch the tree area, and I'm going for the lid.
Got a hand on it, and I've got a hand underneath the bag.
Okay.
I'm not going to let go because it'll pop out if I do.
Okay, that's good. I'm going to try to close the side without popping it out.
Five hours and 25 minutes now into today's spacewalk as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon placing the strut bag inside of the cable bag as a part of today's cleanup activities after constructing a modification kit to the 3B canister, mass canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station today, and that canister, or that modification kit, supporting the IROSA mounting bracket.
Very close. You can just keep this.
I got the Velcro down on this side.
Nice job. Okay. We'll try to fix this side.
Can you get the front Velcro first? That might help. Here, wait, hold on, stand by. The hooks have popped out on your side of the 2 hooks.
Two hooks.
Right here.
I say we just lock them on to the outside.
Okay, that's fine. They're up. Yep. Also have these wire ties that has the whiff on it that we could use. I'll pull the lid down. The torque wrench is popping out above your right hand.
I see it. Okay. Let's get these hooks down. hook down. Now the more you can like find some extra.
So actually, look, I think we might be able to get this Velcro if you move that hook.
Okay.
Can you pull that tab or pull here? Squeeze the tab.
The limit, I need an assist of somehow.
What if you take the wire tie that's right in front of me and loop it through this tab?
Okay, I'll do that. Great idea.
Continuing to follow along with today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to work through their cleanup tasks as they have taken the strut bag that carried out 6 struts and 1 mounting base, 8 foot long, weighing 330 pounds, out to the 3B mast canister to construct a modification kit.
Can you get that other Velcro? No?
No, because pushing it, I think let's get this first.
Okay. What can I do?
Rotate it.
It's pulled way too far over here, I think, for you to reach it now.
Okay.
The loop itself.
Yeah.
If you, what if you got that wire tied to the tab? Yep, exactly what I was going to say. That will keep it closed. Remember, we have the strap that goes over the top.
Wait, can you just keep it stable for 1 sec?
Okay.
Then I can finish this and then.
Got it.
EV1 and EV2, nice work working with this bag. We realize it's a lot of work. We'd like EV2 to pause for CO2 data.
Okay, pausing. Jessica, you can finish that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's done. Can't reach it right now with your head there, but
I mean, it's 1 twist.
Yeah.
I think it'll stay. Okay, just put 1 more twist, Stephanie. There we go. All right, pausing.
The only concern is just to look at it, if the torque wrench could come out. Are you there?
I am there. I'm looking at the torque wrench. It honestly feels pretty wedged, but you could.
What we could do is, once we release that rep that's on the handrail, you can stretch it across the top to the. There's a D-ring on the top.
Yeah.
There's also that handle that we use.
This rep right here?
Yep.
Somebody just give it to you. You've got 3 reps down, right?
Well, the hook's on your side. I can't reach that hook from here. I think if we snug that a little bit. So remember how we had that left strap over the top?
Mm-hmm.
If you can get that left strap back over, or if I can after you move, I will keep the torque wrench in. Which strap was that?
Right here, I'm pointing to it.
Okay, where's it hooked to?
It's hooked to that loop that the wire tie goes through.
Oh, so is that helping?
No, you can unhook it and get it over the top.
Okay, so the top would be toward you, right there where your left hand is.
All right, I'll just wait until we balance out.
All good. I think that should keep the torque wrench in and we'll be good.
If you have bandwidth to loosen it, and it'll make it easier for me when I have to admit, but maybe you can't reach it.
Stephanie, and we're kind of holding right here. Would you like me to get started on the APFR relocate while Anil's waiting?
Yes, we are ready for that. 20 seconds to a handover.
APFR is going to wish 29.
Concur clocking of 6.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teams on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as we are now experiencing a communications handover between satellites, and we'll return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station here momentarily. We are now 5 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EV-896, which has been successful up until this point, in which both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed the construction of the hardware of a modification kit that has been attached to the 3B mast canister on the far outskirts of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and that mast canister supporting an IROSA mounting bracket that will later hold on to an IROSA itself, an International Space Station rollout solar array, and that will hold that and be unfurled at a later EVA. They have since covered up all the cabling and routed a lot of cabling, the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, protecting all of the new hardware that they have just installed. And now working through their cleanup procedures, they just took the strut bag, which was at the time of the start of the EVA, 8 foot long, and has since been broken down and condensed, so much so that it can be folded into the cable bag. They did a quick inventory of the tools inside of that cable bag and are now making their way to the next steps of their cleanup process, which Jessica Meir just mentioned that she will be a part of the APFR relocation. Well, that is the articulating portable foot restraint that has been used throughout today's spacewalk. And there you see a great view of it as we reestablish communication with the International Space Station, and that functions as a standing plate that the crew members can snap their boots into to lock themselves into place and provide a hands-free stable position for complex tasks like today, being able to use that foot plate to leverage body position in the construction of that modification kit.
And for EV1, EV2, we're just waiting a couple more minutes for additional data passes.
Copy.
One. I'm at the APFR, and I'm going to got it out at Stephanie. I'm going to work on releasing it.
Copy.
So, with the relocation of the APFR, Jessica Meir, whose cameras we are seeing live from now, she just disconnected. So, with the relocation of the APFR, Jessica Meir, whose cameras we are seeing live from now, she just disconnected that APFR from the WIFX, and again, used in today's spacewalk to help extend the worksite space and reach of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as they were constructing the 6 struts and mounting bracket, for the future IROSA rollout solar array, that is, on the 3B power channel. So right now, after the APFR, again, articulating portable foot restraint relocation, the WIFX worksite interface extender next up on Jessica Meir's task list.
Stephanie, I think this is in hockey what they call the penalty box.
And copy that. And we are just taking an additional look at your CO2 data. It's looking in a way odd to us, and so we just want to make sure we have good data and we're interpreting it correctly.
No worries. I was just joking, of course. If you need any symptomatology, I feel fine from a medical perspective, doctor.
And we copied. That's good information. Thank you. APFR in WIF 29, clocking of 6. Rest of the settings, Fox, Fox, Fox 12.
Copy. The APFR is in WIF 29, a clocking of 6. I've got a good pull twist test, black on black.
Copy, black on black, good pull twist.
Can you give me the rest of those settings again, please?
Yes, absolutely. It's triple foxtrot, Fox, Fox, Fox 12.
Okay.
Break. Warning. GM says CO2 sensor bad.
Copy, EV2, CO2 sensor bad.
All switches towards me. Gauge is the green.
Copy, all switches towards you. And say again, suit pressure reading from the gauge and a HAP check.
It's in the green. Half is dry.
In the green, HAP dry.
4.2.
Copy, 4.2.
Take a look at your cup checklist while we're doing this, Anil. I can walk you through it.
Yep.
Will let ID walk you through it, actually, like we planned?
Yes, and we are checking the steps, and with that, periodically monitor physical condition with the CO2 sensor failed.
Page 26, and I'll monitor physical conditions, understand it's just a sensor issue.
Good readback and good page 26.
I have the APFR in 12 Fox 12. So it is all set. Good pull twist test. Black on black. Would you like me to get the WIFX to expedite getting in or pause here?
No water or symptoms.
Copy.
Yes, Jessica, we would like you to pick up the WIFX for the rest of this EVA. For Anil, for EV2, we would like you to retrieve the cable bag. We would like you to translate in towards the airlock. And per the cuff checklist for CO2 sensor bad, continue to monitor your symptoms.
I'm going to pick up that cable bag and I'm going to go indoors.
It's a good readback.
Check the ingress date.
Jessica, additional checks for the APFR. Can you verify ingress aid stowed low profile against the boot plate?
Affirm.
Thank you.
EV2 to wait.
5 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. Communications radioed up from the ground here at NASA's Mission Control Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Jessica Meir and Anil Menon winding down US Spacewalk 96 for Meir, wrapping up the relocation of the articulating portable foot restraint and the WIFX, the worksite interface extender. As for Anil Menon, going over his CO2 gauges, and he will begin making his way back to the Quest airlock. He will bring the cable bag in tow, which recently just had the
pitch knob on that APFR, it seemed to go in nominally. When I returned it to the lock position at Foxtrot, Foxtrot, it took some extra pressure to get it all the way to lock. It is all the way in lock, but it was a little bit sticky in that very last mode.
And we copy. Thanks for the information.
And again, that communication from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to wrap up and clean up today's spacewalk activities, as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon have completed the build out of a modification kit to the 3B mast canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station that will support the rollout of an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Jessica, while you're placing the WIFX on your BRT, we have an inspection that we would like you to perform as you are translating inboard. With the bundle of joys that both of you guys had going in, it's possible that the strut bag could have contacted the 1A BGA on the way to the work site. We would like you to inspect the 1A mod kit on your way back inboard.
Copy. On A, so give me the location of that. That's S what again? What is the next one over from here? You can see it right now. One bay over.
And it's S4, same side as 3 Bravo, and it's the lower struts to the mass canister that we're interested in.
Copy.
And some additional instruction given to astronaut Jessica Meir to take a quick look at the 1A mast canister. And she will translate or transition back towards the Quest airlock and actually move past that 1A mast canister to allow for additional inspection. Meanwhile, her partner in this EVA today, astronaut Anil Menon, is wrapping up his day, bringing the cable bag, which has the strut bag inside, with him, and is making his return towards the Quest airlock. We have just crossed over 5 hours and 45 minutes in today's spacewalk.
I'm feeling great. Another day in paradise.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Thank you.
All right, cable bag is up. It's on the BRT, and I'm headed in.
And stand by one.
Copy all.
And now I just want to make sure I can get this WIFX back up. ERT slipped a bit down, so a little bit out of my reach, but if I turn, I might be able to get it. But I'll make sure I can before leave.
Good call. Do you want me to start coming outboard?
I think I got it. Stand by one.
Got a good visual on it.
I've got it now.
Okay. Nice job. Your waist tether?
I see it, yeah.
Yep. You can pick it up. Oh, there you go. Good, Stephanie. Cap's dry.
Copy dry, hap, and feeling good.
Jessica, you want me to start heading in?
I'm good, yeah. Go for it. Right behind you. Stephanie, I'm going to pick up my green hook.
That's affirmed. We'd like you to pick it up en route, handrail 2042. Plan is still for you to install the WIF-X into the port Zeta cart with 2.
Stephanie, I've got my green hook back on my red wheel. Ready to come in.
Copy green hook on red wheel, and a friendly reminder about the inspection of the 1A mass canister.
See? 1A. And clearly, sure that we're clear. The mass canister on the same side as this or the opposite side?
It is on the same side.
Okay, copy.
good, Stephanie. Dry hat.
Copy dry, feeling good.
I believe I'm there, Stephanie. This is what I'm looking at, correct? See two lower struts?
Yes, we're interested in the, the lower side, lower struts left side.
Left lower strut is in place. I don't see anything off nominal.
Copy, yep. Anything obvious? That's what we're looking for.
It looks exactly the same as the right side. I see the cables, see the wire ties. Off nominal.
Copy the report, checking.
Right underneath it now so I can get an even closer look. I have a hand on it that's not moving at all. I can see all the bolts. It's here right now until you give me a go.
Yes, and we just got the final words. You are go. Thank you for the report and for the verbal. We see you en route to the port CETA cart with 2 for the WIFX install.
Approaching 5 hours and 55 minutes of today's spacewalk outside of the International Space Station, US Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut and Space Station Commander Jessica Meir and astronaut Anil Menon. You see Menon in the upper center portion of your screen as he is making his way from the work site, the 3B mast canister, which is on the far starboard side of the International Space Station. So those two had quite the journey to get out to the work site today, going all the way to that, again, far end of the starboard portion of the truss structure. They are making their way back to the Quest airlock today after completing their tasks, installing all 6 struts and an IROSA mounting bracket that'll support the installation of an IROSA, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So as they continue to make their way towards the Quest airlock, they had Jessica Meir make a quick pit stop over to the 1A mast canister, the next one over from their work site today, just for additional inspections. And now the two of them making their way back home as we close in on what's going to be 6 hours of today's spacewalk.
picture, Stephanie, are we going to be going straight back to the airlock with the cable bag?
And that's affirmed. We'd like Anil to head back with the cable bag. We'll have you stow the WIFX on the port CETA cart. We are forgoing the APFR work at ESP2 for today. And after you stow the WIFX, we'll have you perform the slingshot cleanup.
I'm under the starboard cart now. I see our others.
I'm under the port. I'm just clearing it now.
Copy EV1, EV2.
Closing in on a 6-hour EVA, extravehicular activity today, Spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96 for NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, as we follow along their journey from the 3B mast canister that is on the far end of the starboard side of the truss, the International Space Station, the backbone support structure. And there you can see them making their way back down that truss and heading towards the Quest airlock, which is located right in the center of your screen, as we have now officially passed the 6-hour mark of today's spacewalk.
Copy WIF 2. WIFX installs with a clocking of 12. Remaining settings Gulf 1.
Gulf 1.
See the spur descending.
Copy EV2.
And as mentioned in the center of your view, the Quest airlock, where you can see off in the distance NASA astronaut Anil Menon making his way towards that hatch to head back inside. You also see the cargo spacecraft at the top of your screen, the Northrop Grumman Commercial Resupply Services Mission NG-24 cargo spacecraft. And slowly but surely making her way into the field of view off the left is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir joining Menon today on today's spacewalk as EV1, Menon EV2. Meir with the red spacesuit with the stripes.
I've got a clocking of 2. Do you want me to get it back to 12? Already locked in.
Clocking of 2 is good.
Okay, and then what were the other settings?
Other settings Gulf. Copy good pull twist. Check blacking color black on black. Remaining settings Gulf 1.
On black, and I'll set Gulf 1.
Fill out the circular handrail, half dry. Feeling good.
Copy HAP dry. Feeling good at the circular handrail.
1 copy.
Need to open the thermal cover and start getting the bag in.
That's affirmed. You have a go to open the hatch thermal cover.
And that is Anil Menon that has made his way back to the Quest airlock and has opened up the thermal cover. Hot on this trail is Jessica Meir, who just put away the articulating portable foot restraint, as well as the WIFX, two tools used to help in today's spacewalk. And once those are secure, she will also continue her journey on to return to the Quest airlock. Just over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
And Jessica and Stephanie, I'm at the hatch. I've got the airlock waist there. On my right D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. The small hook is on the airlock D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. So we have a good load path now.
Copy that.
Houston concurs.
Just to confirm, Stephanie, are you okay if I put the cable bag in there now?
Yes. We are okay with that. That's a good plan.
NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing his procedures to re-enter the Quest airlock with the cable bag.
Then I will release his.
Evie, choose anchor hook first.
Oh, copy up.
So you'll release the
Evie
EV2
on
anchor
my red
hook?
reel first.
Yes.
Like a good load path too, so that's a great idea.
We copy and concur.
Anil Menon, NASA astronaut, continuing to work to re-enter the International Space Station and the Quest airlock. The thermal hatch cover is open. He has the cable bag just off to his left-hand side, working those procedures to return to where his spacewalk would begin a little more than 6 hours and 6 minutes ago. Astronaut Jessica Meir, who off-screen will be making her way back towards the Quest airlock and begin re-entry and repressurization procedures shortly thereafter. And now taking a look, Menon has now brought back in that cable bag and will make his way into the crew lock here momentarily.
My anchor hook is back on my workstation.
Copy. Before you depart the CETA cart, hit the brakes, starboard and port CETA cart brakes 2 times. 1 minute to a handover.
CETA brakes. Pumps on the starboard CETA cart.
Copy. 2 pumps, starboard CETA cart.
currently experiencing a handover in communication satellites and loss of views outside of the International Space Station.
Double check HECA green light off.
So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Flight Director Ronak Dave and the Momentum Flight Team overseeing these final few moments of today's spacewalk as we have eclipsed 6 hours and 8 minutes of US Spacewalk 98. Stephanie Wilson, NASA astronaut, has been guiding astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, who have been outside of the International Space Station during that time, performing key tasks to construct a modification kit.
We may have missed the last 30 seconds or so of transmissions.
Just gave you 2 pumps on the starboard, and I'm at the port now, so I'll give that in just a moment.
Copy. Thanks for the report.
So again, the team here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the return of astronauts Anil Menon, who has, last we saw, will be returning back inside the Quest airlock. And we'll get those live views here momentarily as we check in now on astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes. That's how we know it's her on the pant leg of her spacesuit.
Double check HECA green light off.
Light off.
Copy, green light off. And EV1, we see you en route to the airlock.
Sure. Have to see this first.
Houston copies.
Views outside of the International Space Station as we cross 6 hours and 11 minutes in support of the 281st spacewalk of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Anil Menon has made his way back towards the Quest airlock.
Hi, Anil, I'm here. Great. The airlock is clear. There's no SDUs in the way. The cable bag is in the location we briefed. It should be out of the way. Now, keep it a little more towards me even.
I see your feet right in the middle of the hatch, so I'm going to come in. I'm going to get my end effector on the cover.
For EV1, turn HECA off before ingress.
Come on, HECA's off.
Copy.
Leave it where it is.
NASA astronaut EV1 and International Space Station Commander Jessica Meir has arrived to the Quest airlock. There you can see her feet just above the thermal cover of the airlock's hatchway.
Thermal cover. They come up just like we talked about. See your feet. Let you know if I need you to move them.
coming in. Chest is clear. Your feet.
I'm going to come up a little more and get my feet back.
I'm going to cover it, see it closing. Your feet are by the Oscar. Perfect position. Put them straight back. Okay.
I think there's something behind me.
Your feet are on the UIA.
Yeah, it's not my feet, it's my breast.
Okay. I'm looking. Clear.
Okay. Thermal cover's closed. I'll get the strap.
Copy, thermal cover closed, working the strap until snug, confirming 6 lines visible, and engage the magnet, verify the magnet is engaged.
Mark.
And as we see just outside of the Quest airlock, that thermal cover being pulled back behind NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, now joining Anil Menon inside of the crew lock.
Stephanie, I see 6 lines, and the magnet is engaged.
Copy, 6 lines, magnet is engaged. For both EV1 and EV2, remove the SCU from the pouch.
Work. You removed.
Copy, both EV1, EV2 have SCUs removed from the pouch. Remove DCM cover, Velcro to DCM. Connect SCU to DCM. Check SCU locked.
Mark.
Is it work?
And with that communication from Stephanie Wilson on the ground in Mission Control in Houston, we now return inside of the Quest airlock, where we see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno anxiously awaiting their return of their friends and crewmates as they have returned inside the Quest airlock. You heard them with a couple different acronyms relating to reconnecting their spacesuits back to the space station. And Sophie will take the opportunity to peer through the window and monitor her friends and colleagues and snap a few photos as we will monitor.
For EV2, I'll take a moment to give you some additional words given the CO2 bad sensor. As we repress, and we'll do a nominal repress, you may have some additional water inside your suit that may affect water on your comm cap that may affect your comm. You might lose comm. While we're expecting a nominal recess, we have apprised the IB team of doing the potential for an expedited repress and expedited suit doffing if needed.
2 copies all.
We return inside the Quest airlock and the equipment lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno.
Copy, EV1, SCU locked. There's a note about TVC settings, a TCV setting of 8 to max cold minimizes time for SCU cooling. Next,
81.
next, take your water switches to off OFF, the forward position. Expect water off. Water is off message.
81, water off. Expected message.
V2, water off, expected message.
Copy. One caution, do not close hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes.
1. And Stephanie, we've got a few words. On this day in 2012, NASA's robotic rover Curiosity successfully landed on the surface of Mars. The goal of understanding if the planet could have fostered life. Curiosity achieved that goal within a year, and it discovered that ancient Mars possessed all of the key chemical ingredients and stable water environments to support microbial life. One day humans will visit Curiosity, propelled by the groundbreaking science, technology demonstrations, and operations conducted here on the International Space Station. Almost 26 years now. Today we made one more step toward expanding the ISS power system, further sustaining our human presence in low Earth orbit as we prepare to take those next steps. Speaking of water on Mars, this also happens to be International Scuba Diving Day, so Anil and I wanted to give a huge shout out to the divers who helped train us for this mission. Today I also had the added privilege of escorting a first-time spacewalker out the hatch once again. Congratulations to my friend and colleague Anil Menon on completing his first spacewalk. Welcome to the club, Anil. Excellent work out there. I'm thrilled to see the 5 swarming both inside and outside the ISS these days. Over to you.
Thank you, Jessica, for passing on your knowledge and experience from 6 spacewalks. The entire experience has taught me that a smooth AVA is entirely about the team. Thank you to our exceptional team on the ground, including first-timers like Stephen Villano, and to Jack and Sophie for their attention to detail in ensuring our safe return. Happy birthday, Christy Ray. This spacewalk is a small part of what we accomplished. Other parts were all of the preparation and getting back safely, so thank you for that.
Over to you, Stephanie. Thanks for being an awesome ground diving.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words and the great words, and congrats to both of you and to the entire team of Momentum Flight, of having great momentum to work through this last mod kit. You have worked very hard, very expeditiously, with good momentum, and we appreciate your words and your work today for future endeavors.
Stephanie and all down there.
Thank you.
And the 2-minute water time has expired. We would like a double check that the thermal hatch is closed, the thermal cover is closed, prior to verifying the outer hatch clear of hardware and closing the hatch.
Thermal cover is closed. I see the 6 lines. It did pop off on and off the magnet a few times when I was closing it, but it's on there now. I'm not sure if it'll stay there when I close the hatch. It seems to pop off pretty easily, but I do see 6 lines on the strap. I see that the hatch is clear.
We copy. Thanks for the additional report. That's a good config. We're ready for you to verify handle position per the hatch decal and close and lock the hatch.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon is sharing words.
Position. Let me get the hatch key.
Water pressure on Anil's suit.
Both Meir and Menon continuing to work through their re-entry procedures back inside the International Space Station after both now inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock, and we are seeing what is on the other side of that hatchway, and you can actually see the NASA logo through that window just for a brief moment as Sophie Adno of the European Space Agency and Jack Hathaway of NASA anxiously await for their safe return of their friends. Today's spacewalk clock continuing to motor on along, now 6 hours and 23 minutes.
I'm taking a look. I'm behind you, please.
Feels like something on the left side.
The cable bag is out of the way. How now?
That's better. It's just coming down.
Good job.
I see the hatch is clear. I'm going to go ahead and latch. Is fully to latch, and I'm going to lock it. Close and lock.
Copy, hatch closed and latched. We are in pre-repress. On your DCMs, check SCU connected to DCM.
SCU is connected, EV1.
EV2 is connected.
Check water switch off for 2 minutes.
Confirmed.
Check EV hatch closed and locked.
Confirmed. Hatch closed and locked.
On the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2, 2 valves in open.
Oxygen EMU 1, EMU 2, open, both.
Copy, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Switches on, I see 2 lights.
Copy, 2 LEDs on. Check power EV1, EV2 volts between 18 and 19.
EV1 18.8, EV2 18.6.
Copy, 18.8 and 18.6 EV1 and EV2 volts. On your DCMs, take power to SCU. EV expected warning tone.
On SCU.
EV2, SCU.
Copy all. That completes a pre-repress. Thanks again for your great work today. You both are rock stars. I'm handing you over to Jack and Sophie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Stephanie, we think you're the rock star, and we got him for the rest of the way. Thanks for yours and all the team that worked down there. You guys are the best.
Thank you.
You know, before we get started, we think we saw your helmet purge valve unlocked, and we think you want to lock that before we get into the press.
Locked. It's locked.
Great. Thanks for double checking that for us. So for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuators to press.
EV1, press.
EV2, press.
All right, nice work, guys. EV1, check the EV hatch MPET is closed.
MPET is closed.
All right, we are going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to start repressing you. That should get an alert tone.
Please.
And with repressurization of the crew lock now underway, that'll officially mark the end of today's spacewalk. It would come to a close just a minute ago at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, with today's spacewalk lasting a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes, as both NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon would depart the space station and build out a modification kit for the 3B mast canister to attach it to in preparation for a future International Space Station rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So again, today's spacewalk lasting 6 hours and 27 minutes, and it would come to a close right at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will monitor the repressurization of the crew lock. That is on the other side of that hatchway you see right now, where Sophie Adno of ESA and Jack Hathaway of NASA are currently monitoring. They are closely approaching from bringing the lock up from vacuum to now about 1 pound per square inch. Of course, they want that to climb all the way up to about what it is at sea level, about 14.5 pounds per square inch. So a little ways to go, but we'll continue to follow along. Inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to monitor the climbing pressure inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock. Approaching now about 2 pounds per square inch, part of the repressurization at the conclusion of today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Increasing through 2 PSI.
81.
And that milestone right there, passing 2 PSI, pounds per square inch inside of that lock. They want to get that to match where they are currently operating, which is sitting at about 14.5 pounds per square inch. Today's spacewalk, the 281st in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, lasted 6 hours and 27 minutes and came to a close just 5 minutes ago at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, as both Meir and Menon would complete the construction from start to finish of 6 struts and a mounting bracket attaching to the 3B mast canister that will support an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array, to increase power availability to the orbiting laboratory.
3.5 PSI at 4. You guys are going to get an alert tone.
V1.
2.
As we continue to follow along with the repressurization of the crew lock and numbers, SpaceWalk timeline has just come to a close right now at 2 p.m. Central, 6 hours and 27 minutes. So for US Spacewalk 96, by the numbers, today was the 281st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
We're going to pause at 5.
And with that update, Jack Hathaway relaying that they will pause at 5 PSI and continue their safety and equipment checks, making sure everything is okay before continuing on with the repressurization. But taking a look even closer at the numbers, it is the 4th spacewalk out of the station this year in 2026. In fact, Jessica Meir has now participated in 3 of those 4 spacewalks and is the first spacewalk of Expedition 75. In total for Jessica Meir, it is the 6th spacewalk of her career, now upping her career total to 42 hours and 33 minutes. And for Anil Menon, this was his very first venture out into outer space, and this is his 6th. His total is today's total of the EVA of 6 hours and 27 minutes. In total of the 281 spacewalks in support of ISS, or International Space Station assembly and maintenance and upgrades, it is equal to 74 days, 4 hours, and 21 minutes of spacewalking time. And again, we continue to follow along with the repressurization of the crew lock, now up to 4.90 pounds per square inch. And we heard the communications to Jack Hathaway that they will pause at the 5 pound per square inch mark and go over all system checks, make sure everything is okay.
PSI. We're going to sit here for 2 minutes and wait for the crew lock pressure to stabilize.
1, 2.
So you heard there, waiting for the pressure to stabilize inside of the crew lock. So they will pause for a couple of moments just to give the space some time before continuing on with repressurization. Again, also, in addition to that, by the numbers, this is the first of what is going to be a busy month of spacewalks outside of the International Space Station. The next one coming up right around the corner, a week from today, Thursday, August 13th, US Spacewalk 97, in which 2 astronauts will venture out into the vacuum of space to replace a communication antenna on the space station called the space-to-ground antenna, critical communication system for the space station and used by NASA to transmit data. And the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control here in Houston and the orbiting laboratory. And flying in to join Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, that is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina, who flew up with Anil Menon, her crewmate on Soyuz MS-29, and taking some photos with her crewmates coming in to check on Anil and Jessica and the Expedition 75 crew for Anna Kikina. This is her 2nd flight to the space station, as she was a part of Crew 5. And also coming in to join in, that is Pyotr Dubrov, the commander of the Soyuz MS-29 mission, that also was a part of Anil Menon's very first launch and flight to the International Space Station, and posing for a nice photo together, both him and Kikina, with Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway. Certainly a prideful moment for that group, that trio that again launched to the space station
do a
only a
1 minute
few
wait,
days ago.
Double check for a crew lock leak check.
1,
2.
And again, the team continuing to monitor along with the repressurization of the crew lock that has been paused at 5 psi to allow the space to settle. And they will continue with safety checks throughout the entire process. And they will remain paused here for a few more moments before continuing on with the repressurization as more smiles and photos within the equipment lock, which they will enter here momentarily.
That's a successful leak check. We're on to step 8. You guys can take your glove heaters to off. Yeah.
on off.
Choose off.
Right, and for 1 and 2, do you guys have any contamination on your gloves?
Just the small black smudges we reported earlier during the check. Same that you've seen before.
That'd be small black smudges. All right, for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuator to IV.
V1 IV.
Choose IV.
And we are going to continue the repress.
So under the guidance of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, continuing their checks, and you heard the good leak checks as well, as we will continue on with the repressurization of the crew lock, now moving off of 5 psi and now climbing. The crew lock now at 6 psi and continuing to move north as the repressurization of that crew lock continuing to be monitored by Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, as well as the teams on the ground here at Mission Control in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have successfully completed their EVA, their spacewalk today, wrapping up at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern, for a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes today. They would go out the door of the Quest airlock at 7:33 a.m. Central to begin this spacewalk. They would construct 6 struts as well as an IROSA mounting bracket to the 3B mast canister all the way on the starboard side, the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. And that will support the installation of a future International Space Station rollout solar array that will provide additional power resources to the orbiting laboratory. Now 6.84 pounds per square inch inside that crew lock. They want to bring it up to about sea level and equal to what's in the equipment lock. That is where Hathaway and Adno currently are residing, all a part of the Quest airlock, and that PSI at about 14.5. So we have just passed the 7 PSI mark, so just past we're coming up on the halfway point of repressurization. And back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center Mission Control, as we are in a handover with communications satellites. And we will bring you back inside the International Space Station here momentarily and continue to monitor the progress of repressurization. And again, today's spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96, closing out at 6 hours and 27 minutes for NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the 281st in support of the Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. As we return to live video inside the Quest airlock, as the pounds per square inch now at 8.25 and continuing to climb, bringing the crew lock, which is what is on the other side of that hatchway and where Meir and Menon currently reside. They will bring that up to equal to the pressure inside the International Space Station up from vacuum. And once brought up to the same pressure inside of the International Space Station, they'll continue to perform safety checks, leak checks all throughout the procedure. And then once that is complete, we'll see that hatchway in which Sophie Adno has that right hand on it ready to go. Will open back up and they will formally welcome Meir and Menon back inside the International Space Station. Pressure inside the crew lock has just surpassed 10 pounds per square inch and continuing to climb up, again looking to equalize what is inside the rest of the International Space Station, approximately 14.5 pounds per square inch.
PSI and climbing.
Антон, добрый вечер. Да, ну, можно 20-30 минут записать там. В принципе, немного времени это заняло.
Привет, Андрей.
Sorry.
I thought that was Jack's question.
Astronaut Jack Hathaway, Sophie Adno, and cosmonaut Anna Kikina continuing to monitor along with the repressurization of the crew lock getting closer. Now 11.35 pounds per square inch, looking to get up to 14.5 after completing what was US Spacewalk 96 at a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes. It wrapped up 23 minutes ago at 2 o'clock, top of the hour, Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. It would have formally begin at 7:33 a.m. Central as NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir would make their way out of the Quest airlock after dropping from 14.5 down to vacuum and would begin their spacewalking task, which included the assembly and attachment of 6 struts and a mounting bracket that will all support a future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array to provide additional power capabilities to the orbiting laboratory. And they were able to accomplish that just shy of 6.5 hours and are now back inside the crew lock and are getting closer to rejoining their Expedition 75 crewmates, now standing at 12.36 pounds per square inch and climbing. Just about 1 more pound per square inch to go at 13.5 and climbing inside that crew lock that currently has NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon inside. Jack Hathaway on the left-hand side, continuing to follow along with the numbers and the status that we are following here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control in Houston. Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina floating to the left side of your view, and Sophie Adno of ESA supporting the return festivities of the 2 NASA astronauts. We saw Pyotr Dubrov earlier. Both Menon, Dubrov, and Kikina all flying together. They launched just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. We have reached 14.42 pounds per square inch, and Sophie Adno starting to turn the hatchway to open it up as the pressurized portions have since matched each other from the crew lock to the equipment lock.
Houston airlock, the IV hatch is open. You guys have to go for step 4.
We copy that.
And with that, we see the hatch opening and the return of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon back to their Expedition 75 crewmates. First one through the hatchway is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who arrived and returned to the Quest airlock first. Jessica Meir will shortly join him as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno positioning Menon's spacesuit. And want to make sure they get him upright, and they will reconnect him as we see a nice little wave from the first-time spacewalker. And all smiles for Anil Menon as he returns back to the equipment lock. So as Anil Menon is getting positioned properly inside of the equipment lock, you see Sophie Adno now with the safer, that is the simplified aid for EVA rescue, in which she and Hathaway would put on the backside of both Menon and Meir earlier in the day. And you saw Anil Menon on the left-hand side now, firmly secured to the side of the equipment lock, with Jack Hathaway at his side. Sophie Adno taking the safer from Menon and removing it from that equipment lock. And now Hathaway has entered the crew lock and will go into support now Jessica Meir in her return back inside the equipment area of the Quest airlock. And now Jessica Meir has returned to the equipment lock. And Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway removing her safer, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, in which Adno will take and move into the International Space Station. And for Jessica Meir, with the aid of Jack Hathaway, will be attached to the side of the equipment lock. And you see a wonderful exchange between Meir and Menon as their spacewalk has come to a close at 6 hours and 27 minutes. It wrapped up about 33 minutes ago at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. Photos and live views inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as the Expedition 75 crew welcoming back in their crewmates. Anil Menon on the left-hand side, Jessica Meir on the right after completing US Spacewalk number 96 today at 6 hours and 27 minutes, completing a full construction build out of the 3B modification kit attached to the 3B canister at the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. And that will be in support of a future EVA in which an IROSA, International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, will be installed to help supply additional power to the orbiting laboratory. And we'll continue to follow along with the return of Meir and Menon and carry you through the removal of their helmets and their, again, safe return back inside the International Space Station. Of course, this spacewalk, the 281st in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And this one, US Spacewalk 96, the first of 3 in the month of August. And we'll take a look at the next one coming up, which will be a week from today, Thursday, August 13th for US Spacewalk 97, and then further down the line, US Spacewalk 98 as well. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to work through the return procedures for Anil Menon on the left-hand side in his spacewalking spacesuit, and Jessica Meir on the right-hand side. Menon with the gloves off his hands, and Hathaway has lifted off the helmet for Menon after he just recently completed his very first spacewalk. For Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, similar procedure for her. She just wrapped up her 6th spacewalk of her career. For Meir, over those 6 spacewalks, 42 hours and 33 minutes. And of course, for Anil Menon, it is his first. His career totals matching today's spacewalk at 6 hours and 27 minutes. So with these helmets off, we can now take a look ahead at what's to come for spacewalks and activities surrounding the orbiting laboratory. And again, we mentioned that this is going to be a busy time for the International Space Station as US Spacewalk 97 just right around the corner a week from today. Coverage will begin at 7:35 a.m. Central, or coverage will begin at 6 a.m. Central Time, 7 a.m. Eastern, with that EVA approximately getting underway around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern. And of course, you can watch all of that right here on NASA Plus, the national social channels. And for the latest updates, visit along with nasa.gov. So a successful U.S. spacewalk number 96 with the construction of the 3B modification kit to the 3B mast canister, and awaiting the arrival of the IROSAs that will support and bring additional power supply and availability to the orbiting laboratory. Well, that'll do it for our live coverage for today, as Anil Menon and Jessica Meir have safely returned back inside the International Space Station. Their helmets and gloves now coming off, and they will get situated back again as another spacewalk right around the corner again on Thursday, August 13th. Special thanks to the team, and my colleague joining me on console today for timely updates and NASA communications is Ken Appel. That'll do it for U.S. Spacewalk number 96. Thank you for tuning in. This is Mission Control Houston.